This conference will now be recorded.
All right, we'll call work session order at 8 o'clock. Please silence your cell phones and stand for the pledge of allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome. We're here for the Unified Development Code update on Article 6.
Michael? Thanks, Mr. Chair. I believe Mr. Zabel is going to kick us off this morning, talking through some feedlots. He was patient and waiting during our last conversation. We never quite got to him. Mom will be joining us in a bit. Wherever you like.
Can you pull up the Word document?
I sure can. Yeah, so actually download it. We'll display a little bit better. Yes.
Overall, I just had minor changes. I don't know if everybody read through and had anything specifically you want to talk to, but it's just a Word document pulled up. Be 6.06.
Good morning.
I didn't have any changes right away on the first page.
Hang on, Brad. Yes, sir.
Before we get off the first page, if you could go to one, go up just a little bit. No, the other way, I think. 6.1. In one, the following regulations for control of livestock, poultry, and other animal feedlots and manure application have been enacted. Okay. No. Go the other way. It should say, or maybe it is.
I'm not online, I didn't make that happen.
6.1.
Well, I downloaded
6.06.
Yep. Okay, we're back.
Protection. The word pollution, manure application have been enacted to provide protection against pollution caused by manure from domestic animals. However, these rules recognize that animal manure provides beneficial qualities to soil and to the protection of agricultural crops. I think pollution needs a definition behind it as we go through, because as I read it, pollution gives a negative feeling towards it, and it's the only pollution that I know that can go through in the bushel corn. So if pollution was defined as a natural nutrient that was over deposited in an area that would give more meaning to the word pollution. As
To maybe over application.
it's an over application or over deposit in an area. Like, because, there's people other than farmers that read through this stuff and their mind goes wandering as soon as they see the word pollution. So that's what I had thought about as putting a definition behind the word pollution to define it moving forward. And that's, we don't have to do it now, but that's something that I think we should think about.
Sure. Yep, I was just looking at some of the adjacent points to.
Is it defined anywhere else further down? It's got your N, P, and K plus all your micronutrients.
Aren't definitions grouped together in the code?
Yes.
Is pollution defined in the, I think that would be pollution.
It's not enough.
It's not. Then we need to think about adding a definition.
Or
Or we change the word.
I wouldn't mind changing the word. It says a -5 right away. But I don't know what to change it to.
it somewhat introduces too here where it's dealing with MPCA and pollution prevention measures were deemed necessary by the agency. So I'm assuming it's introducing that. Back down here again in regard to control of pollution as set forth in this chapter 115, 160. So it's introducing the statutory provision here, but again, it isn't essential. I'm not arguing that it's essential that it has to be stated here. By any means.
But because it harkens back to the state statute, we need to consider how the state defines that word. Don't we? If we're gonna use it there, our definition can't be wildly different from theirs because we're tying it to the state statute.
In one, and I agree, and in one, this can be our own measure. This is our own introduction. I think two necessarily needs to be involved just from the state's perspective, like you said, pollution is what pollution is.
Yes.
How they would define it. So whether it's over application, as Brian said, or excess groundwater contamination, whatever. What are we trying to say in one? I guess is what I'm asking. What is the point of even stating that to begin with, where it seems to tie to this, negatively affect the county's environment? How can it negatively affect the county's environment?
Usually it's related just to over application or like a direct discharge to a stream or body water.
Okay. So would it be appropriate to provide protection against groundwater contamination?
I like that.
I think that's a good change.
Might have to include some kind of runoff.
Well, we can submit that a little bit.
keeps going down. My first change was until another time. Unless anybody has any other updates for private chairs.
And
I just changed our feedlot site team, inspection team. It's always written when we go out and inspect a new feedlot site or expansion. I write a report based on feedlot site team's results and what we found. And it's always worded as these are the recommendations of the site team, and everybody takes that as their voluntary. I went through a couple of the site team, and everybody's like, oh, that's just a recommendation. They think it's voluntary, it's not an actual condition of the team. So I just like to change it to conditions so it's stands out more. For people like a CUP, we write conditions of the permit where, I don't know, people just get confused with the word recommendation. I've had it a couple times now.
So going back for 1 second, just to put a bow on that first one. In 115, they don't define, they being the state does not define pollution, they define it as pollution of water pollution, the water. So that in their initial subdivision. Yeah, so they don't even talk about the word pollution in general. Specifically, they're talking about this. You're on the right track in terms of the groundwater. Sorry, Brian.
Let me ask you a question about him. So the idea here is that because the feedlot site inspection team goes out to inspect and then comes forward with recommendations for conditions that then go to the planning commission. And those should be part of the conditions of the conditional use permit. And somewhere in between there, because that word recommendations is in there, sometimes folks want to say, well, they just recommended it, they didn't say I had to have it.
That's what people get hung up, but technically it doesn't even have to go to, it doesn't go to the planning commission. I write the report and then it comes back to the commissioners and they approve it. But that's what people get hung up on, is they think
It's
they're just voluntary, where they're actually the conditions of the site team. So that's just kind of a word.
No, I see where that would be a problem, because for feedlots, we come on the feedlot site team to set conditions under which that facility can operate. When it comes to all other things, the planning commission does that through the UDC. And so both are setting conditions. And if I think we want those to be parallel, one with the feedlot site team and one with the planning commission. Because the feedlot site team, they're supposed to be the experts that know how to do that. And then we get the final say on it, because conditional use permits come to us, and these come to us as well.
But going back to what Commissioner Krause brought up about the pollution, is that prior to or after? Because we're already talking about air quality, which is going to come back into that pollution area. So they're trying to encompass the whole thing with the word pollution instead of the groundwater and the air. So I mean, where is this defined? You know, if we change that, does it take out the air quality?
Because when we're application. Yeah.
Right.
That's what we have setbacks for.
Right. I mean, you read the air quality one too, and I think they're defining pollution as not just the groundwater end of it, but the air end of it also.
The state is, their definition of pollution refers to groundwater.
No, I
just.
So
air
in
contaminants.
116, it talks about air contaminants.
Okay,
In 115, it's exclusively ground pollutants. They have a definition for groundwater, and a definition for pollutant. So that's 115. 116 is where it gets into the air.
they have air pollution specifically called out.
Presence in the outdoor atmosphere of any air contaminant or combination thereof in such quantity of such nature and duration and under set. Blah, blah, blah. So,
I don't know if we can change that number 1 to groundwater, because then it bypasses the air quality.
That's cool.
So, I mean, the only caveat to that is that it is stated before the introduction of both of these, so it's really the board's preference in this, how you want it to read versus what is then introduced as the statutory authority in the next point. I understand the intent of it not wanting to sound heavy-handed in how it's phrased. But we can come up with something there. It finds that balance.
Yeah.
So anything more on M?
No, I do like the word conditions because instead of recommendations, there's, stop sign here. That's a good suggestion to stop. That's the way they read the recommendations. Yeah, it's such a suggestion, but if it doesn't work for me, I'm not gonna do it. But here are the conditions. So you put those trees between your neighbor and your barn. That's the condition, that's what it's not a recommendation. Recommendation.
That's a pretty good way of explaining it. That's how people have interpreted it. It's
Yeah.
just,
And then it goes on and on and on. Neighbors are not getting along because it's a recommendation, not a condition set up by the center site team.
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't have many changes on it until scroll all the way past kind of the setback chart. I don't know if anybody had anything in between there they wanted to look at, but.
D1, 2, that the owner shall submit a complete permit application to the County Feedlot Officer Act October 23rd, 2000. Is that date right?
Then you got the third one crossed out.
Okay, yeah, that's where my next point was.
Yeah, there you go. Right where he is, yeah.
I think 2000 was, correct me if I'm wrong, when we adopted some of our code, and then also when some of the FDOT stuff changed, so that's why that date is in there. But I don't know for sure why 2000 is used for sure.
I only suspect that is correct. I know when we reviewed ordinances before 2009, the feedlot ordinance had been reviewed or basically redone in years not too far prior to that. And there was a strong desire at that point by the board that we not dig too deep into it because it had just been redone. And why I spent a lot of time on something just done.
I was always told the late 1990s is when the last time it was totally been reviewed, so that's why I assumed that date was used.
I'm sure that's when it was accepted by the board.
I'm just wondering, if we still need that date, can it just be she'll submit a complete application to the feedlot officer?
Yeah.
So that's the date in there now.
There was some major revisions in 2000. Much more than in 87.
Mhm.
2000 is when that was really overhauled. Looking at that version, like all of it. So that's probably what it's referring to. I'm not sure about this date, but April 24th, 2000 is when it was signed into law.
We could remove that January 1st, 2002 date above that too and just have it read as shall comply and submit an application.
Is there any ramifications for facilities that were permitted before that if we do that?
Well, I guess it does. The next session, registration requirements after January 1st. Owners of facilities not in operation before.
So
It's pretty much saying they have to do the same thing. If you were prior to 2002, you have to register with me. After 2002, you have to register. So, I mean, to simplify, we could just say,
Because how often do they have to re-register?
once in a 4-year cycle.
So everybody's
doing it anyways.
There you go. Then let's get rid of some of the redundancy. For sure.
as first mentioned, it's certainly not valid at this point. Valid for that year and a half period. But this was- All right, clean that up.
So then it would literally just read registration requirements. Your old one, so you have the same requirements. That's number 3, the owner is listed on a level 2 inventory. Since I've been a CFO, I don't even know what a level 2 inventory is. It doesn't exist anymore. Well, that's the reason for crossing that one out. I think they used to categorize inspections as different levels, where now it's just a land application inspection or a routine inspection, where before it was a level 1, 2, or 3. And I don't know the difference. It hasn't been used for a while now. So.
You can find that language in the previous version if you want.
Same thing with the next one where I crossed out is just level 2 and 3s don't exist anymore. Just removing that language. And section D again, changing recommendations and conditions. A lot of our site team stuff is scattered throughout the code, so that's why we just keep seeing conditions change from recommendations. I really didn't have a lot of changes in the next couple pages. If anybody had anything mentioned that I want to review closely, a lot of it is copying stuff straight from the state wordage.
So
got substandard use feedlots. 8. And then you get down to D, that damage or destruction. The substandard feedlot is destroyed by fire or other peril to the extent of 50% of the market value, as determined by the county assessor. Any subsequent use or occupancy of the land or premises shall conform to this ordinance. So if your hog bill, if it was substandard to today's ordinance,
Yep.
and it got 50+% damage, you'd have to move that building.
Yeah, you have to rebuild it according to the code, which doesn't really exactly work.
Right.
If your pit is still in good shape. I know that 50% of market value is used in other parts of the code for other things.
Yeah.
And I think it was just put in there as just kind of a blanket statement, more or less, for our code. But maybe not.
That is the exact condition for disaster abatement.
Disaster.
From the federal government.
And state as well,
And state.
but it's the same premise that the assessors use currently if they're determining changes to assessment value mid-year if a property is damaged or destroyed.
So your insurance agent would have no say in that.
Separate matter.
Well, it just, I never understood that, because same thing with shoreline, we went through it with that too. If you've got a house there that a tree falls on and 50% damage, but you've got a foundation structure there. So you're saying if the assessor comes out and it's over 50%, you can't rebuild on that foundation?
Or you need a
You're saying
variance.
the same thing with the hog bill. If there's a pit there,
Or you need a variance if it, I guess if you're too close to a
can
property.
do it by variance.
Yes.
They gotta go through a variance
Should we
process.
make a person do that?
I think some of that balance is, and I don't necessarily disagree with you. I think the balance we're trying to find is, this refers to substandard feedlots. We're not talking about something that was built 7 years ago.
Right,
and-
but you
and
still
then
grandfathered that building in.
We didn't grandfather, it becomes a non-conforming. It is allowed, it is not,
It's allowed.
that, the idea between grandfathering and allowed is an important thing. We don't grandfather, we allow, because it was already there, and we don't make them tear it down because we change our ordinance. But when something does happen to it, we re-examine that and say, is this really the best? Because we know, people used to dump their sewage right into the stream. We don't want to grandfather that in.
But you're still, if you're gonna allow, what is it trying to cover?
I think the biggest hangup is in there, is if it's a feedlot within a mile of the city. If that was destroyed, people don't really want it rebuilt. We don't have many, they're smaller ones. But like, I mean, the hog barn way down in Vivian, by nothing. If it's destroyed, and it was already substandard, too close to the property line, probably nobody cared anyways. But if there was one that's been an issue within the 1 mile radius of Waseca, it was destroyed, most people are probably like, well, maybe we shouldn't rebuild that. But,
What was there first?
yeah, but
That always comes into play.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah, and all I'm suggesting is that it models the same language as tax relief for a destroyed property in statute, not that it bears any rationale in applying to feedlots. So just to create that distinction. It's just not surprising that that's the standard that was used, because that's already established for disaster abatement for a destroyed property in terms of the appraised value. Whether or not it should be rebuilt is more of your individual determination, assuming that there isn't something else in statute that is, obviously don't see anything cited here where that language or rationale comes from in 115 or 116.
Right, how many of these do you think are close that would fall within this category?
Of substandard?
Yeah.
I mean, it can be anything. They can be just too close to a property line. I mean, they can be.
Maybe our building that was built in the early 90s.
Too close to our road setback has changed from 125 to 300. That would be a big one, and then property line. And then there'd be some that are too close to a residence now. Right. But a lot of it would just be roads and property. I mean, minor setback issues. Not truly, I guess, substandard is pretty broad. It's just, you know, mainly a setback.
You know, I get it if it's a chicken coop.
Yeah.
No, I understand. I'm just thinking that it's just gonna be a hardship on the owner, you know, he's relied on that building forever, and then all of a sudden you have to come to variance, and have to listen to the public. And he's out that long.
Right. I think there's quite a few of them that the roads are the issue.
Yeah, when it went from 125 to 300, there's quite a few that are too close to the road.
And there's, well, there used to be 500 feet from the residence. Back in the 90s.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's 1,000. I don't see a ton of them that are too close to residents. Mainly it'd be property lines and road setbacks is what I would see.
Sure. Because it's 80 feet to the fence line, correct?
Yeah.
Property line. 300 from the road, from the center.
I did look at the property line setback. It kind of, in my head, didn't always make sense to me. It was a setback within a setback. But then I looked at surrounding counties and they're either 50 or 100. Most of them are 100, so we're right there with other counties. So now I said, in my head, I was like, you're 1,000 feet from a residence. Why do you have to be 80 feet from your property line? It always felt like a setback within a setback, but maybe splitting hairs too, I guess.
I don't see anything in 115 or 16 dealing with this directly. They damage feedlot structure in of itself, so it must lean back to the other building standards that we already have established.
I'm gonna push just a little bit. Why would this be different than somebody who has a non-conforming house and ends up in the same situation? They have the opportunity to apply for a variance, to put it back, and we have the ability to allow them to do that, or the Board of Adjustment does.
It was no different, and I would argue that one too. That I do have an argument on that coming up.
Okay, awesome.
But I just don't see why that person should have to variance.
To tie into that a little bit though, if your insurance is gonna pay out on that, they want it back in the spot.
Yeah.
You know, they're not gonna let you move and pay you the objective of the bill. It's back to that same location that you just, also whatever that occupancy of the building was.
If the foundation is still good.
It's not a, yeah, right.
They're gonna pay you something, depending. I would just suggest that, and I'm glad you brought this up, Commissioner Christopherson, I would just suggest that these two sections mirror each other to some degree, because we love our farmers, we absolutely do, I'm one of them. But I think we want both houses and feedlots to mirror each other as far as how we manage this. So I would suggest if we're thinking about changes here, we have to think about changes there, or we have to think about leaving that standard really very similar, because we set up more difficulties for our planning and zoning if we start to do that.
So if we brought in the feedlot part of it, garden and replacement, if somebody loses their field, we have like a under 12, there's an exception or exemption in there that talks about if a replacement field, meaning the current field was destroyed by an act of God, may we consider replacement field is constructed on the existing foundation at the same square footage, at the same annual type, and at the same or less annual units. So if you're doing the same thing, you be allowed to do that without a variance. If it's the same operation and you're not using it all.
Even if it's substandard.
Yes, so it says that if it's destroyed and you're making it a replacement.
I know we did that. Waive the variance.
So that's the option.
I guess we,
Yes.
If it's the same type, you're basically doing the same thing, then you be allowed to run a variance as the exemption in the code. And then if you're going back to any other thing except feedlots in our section 2.04 for non-conforming structures, if the value is 50% to extent of 50% and you don't build in the year, that's when you're not allowed. So if you go, I don't know if you're gonna go through an under restoration, it talks about no building which has been damaged by fire to the extent of 50% of its replacement value as determined by the sector, and no building permit has been applied for within a year or when the property was damaged shall be restored, except in conformity with ordinance. So it means that if you lose your building and then the extent is more than 50%, you have to apply for the building permit within 1 year. And then you are allowed to do it in that same location. But then if it's gonna go beyond that 1 year, it has to be in conformance with IUT. So those are like the two exemptions I see in there. So it's not like sometimes people lose their houses and they wanna go bigger. It's just so there's always a way around it. It's just a matter of talking to us and having us look at what you can do to help. So that section is section 2.04, item number B. And then the feedback part of it will be in, I think it's a section under the new residents and that points out just before the feedback size inspection team.
So it's the same exemption for both the house and the field.
okay. I'm not seeing that here thing. Were you reading that within a year in here?
Talked about it already, it should be section 2.04. So it's something that we maybe last year.
That's more so where my mind was going, it's not homes versus feedlots necessarily, it's structures. This one is pretty loophole-ish. In terms of the restoration and repair, you can file a state law county ordinance that's already all you would need to tie back to 2004, which you was just mentioning. I love that it says ordinances necessarily, but regardless.
All right,
Comfortable with that? What else you got, Brian?
are you gonna go past new residents? Number 12? That's where my next question was. Over there. Says new residents when where no current residents exist shall be set back at least 1,000 feet from the feet. A replacement residence, meaning the current residence, shall be destroyed or permanently removed from existing location. May reconstruct without variance if the replacement residence is set back greater than or equal to the current residence. So my question is how, I know it's, you're going from a feedlot versus a road, but how is that different from what we dealt with the road where we destroyed the house completely, built on the same place, and made them have a variance and a survey?
It wasn't in the same.
Huh?
If it
Was
was
it
going,
closer to the road or was it?
it was moved, so I think it was getting closer to the road than if you're going back to what we did maybe a year or 2 years ago, it wasn't in the same location. was getting closer to the road. So,
So if,
so I think I
let's,
know that.
then let's go to, forget that one and say, if person tore down their house,
Mhm.
built it in the same spot, but we're within the setback of the road, like the old one, same footprint, then we wouldn't have to have a survey and a variance.
So there's another section in the code about, I think you talked about it, about the 10 discontinuance in the code, so it kind of like.
Continuance is what it
Yeah,
is.
so sometimes we have, we have a language in the code, I think in section 1, about if we have conflicted setback requirements or requirements in the code, the greater restriction applies. It's the same with state statute. So if a part has like a lesser restriction and a part of the state statute has a greater restriction, you have to go with the greater restriction. So if we think about everything else, in this part of it, it says that it's only the same. If you're building a new flat, it doesn't have to be closer than 1,000 feet. If you're building a house, it doesn't have to be closer than 1,000 feet from an existing lot. But the exemption here is if there's an existing house and there's an existing lot, and then you choose one of them, you'd be allowed to put it in the same location because it's already there. Like they know that they are 500 feet from a residence, and then the residence wants to rebuild, they're allowed to put it in that same location because they know it's like it's one and the same. But then if you're talking about the part of the other code about discontinuous, like they have a lot that they are trying to rebuild, they're trying to go bigger or anything else, then we go back to that discontinuous part of it. So it's more like it's just a loophole in our code and in state statute. It's written that way because they know that definitely it's a whole 100 pages or 1,000 pages long, and there'll be part of the code that will be restricted, less restricted, or more restricted. So it's not just as choosing the greater restriction, it's where we get our enabling act to have zoning. In that state statute, it also says that the greater restriction applies. So it's not just the county choosing a greater restriction because we want to, it's because the state statute that gives us the authority to plan and zone also says that if there's a greater restriction, we go with that one as well.
And that's 1.09. Relationship to other city, county, state, and federal regulations. So the language in there, if a provision of this ordinance conflicts with any other provision of this ordinance, the county unified development code, or with any other provision of law, the more restrictive provision shall apply except as otherwise provided. Where the provision of any statute or other ordinance or other regulation imposes greater restrictions than this ordinance, the provisions of such shall be controlling. And it goes through the statutory language in there as well. So 1.09.
Do we want that to be listed under that, A or B, so that it's easily referenced?
As a reference, you do that.
And then by E1, do we have a site selection team? Don't we have just a site inspection team?
Yes.
The expertise of the site selection team is intended to benefit the communities and permit applicants. So that's stating that we have a selection team that helps them.
Site selection team. Okay. We've never referenced them as a selection team. You just change it to inspection team.
It's one of the same, right?
Yeah.
I think that will make it
Less confusing.
less confusing.
Approach to sites inspection and selection. So it would be amending all aspects of that. So we're talking about
house now, or is that still in one?
It's 2-on-1, yeah.
I mean, it's really not a selection team. The setbacks kind of determine where the site goes. The inspection team is more or less what additional conditions do you want them to do with pit additives or trees. You really don't have a say in the overall selection, site selection. Maybe they're putting it on this 40, you could say, hey, can you move over here? But half the time when it comes to the inspection team, it's already, the site's determined.
Right.
We're just adding conditions on top of it. I mean, the setbacks more or less determine where the site's going.
Pull that whole sentence out and then read the one after it, because it covers the neighbors and alerting the applicants.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that whole sentence needs to come out of there. Because we really don't have that selection team. It's
covered in the one that.
More or less zoning and setbacks that determine it.
This whole area here.
Yes.
Yeah, all the way to neighbors. No,
No,
Just to neighbors,
just notification to neighbors.
early notification to neighbors.
yeah, go up,
Go up.
Oh, up here, I see.
yeah,
Right.
right. A little bit more.
Right to the period.
Three more words there.
There you go. Because it's covered in the next sentence.
Scroll down just a tad for the overall BOC site inspection team. I just made a change for D, the county environmental health. It's supposed to be specialist. Kim Sherman used to correct me all the time, and we never changed the code for that. And then looking for E, just adding Chris as the county land and water resources manager as another team member. I think it makes sense just with his background and just our overall department expertise. Adding another member there. Also makes it easier for scheduling to get a quorum. A lot of times the township, they don't like to attend, or if they do, they'll just be on site. They don't actually want to give in. Sometimes it is hard to get a group together for those meetings, but so adding another member with expertise is beneficial. And then the chunk pretty much just goes through the site inspection team. I guess overall our county's pretty unique doing it that way. Most counties do just do the conditional use permit. I always call our process like a mini CUP. Several members on it, and then it goes back to the board anyways, but it is kind of like a CUP, but I guess a little less informal. But it kind of follows the same process. But I was just pointing out, I think we are the only county that kind of runs like that from local guys that I've talked to, which is beneficial for us. It does help us work with landowners a little bit better, I think. So all those changes there, we're going to just change recommendations to conditions, just so it's less confusing for people to understand that that is the condition of the site team. I didn't have many changes again with the weight. I mean, there's several pages there, a big chunk. If anybody has any issues in any of that, more or less goes through the MER application, and kind of the more management plan and kind of talked about nutrients and everything. A lot of it is copied word for word from state permits, state requirements from the management plans, from what I read. If anybody wants to talk about any of those.
Should the planning commission have conditions here as well? The PCs as conditions.
So it's recommended conditions.
Somebody would accept the conditions.
The county board.
Yes, because they recommend to the county board.
That's
And actually, I mean, that would be the argument to the recommendations in the others, because they still, in the feedlot process, you're still recommending to the county board, but
the same
I
thing.
appreciate
conditional
the
use is-
nuance.
Conditional use is still coming back to.
You're comfortable leaving these couple instances as recommendations in the PC plan? Okay.
I got a question on short-term stockpile sites. That's way down there, general requirements. B1, let's see. There's so many numbers here.
Yeah.
5 is stacking of manure on site, and then it goes to A, B is short-term stockpile sites.
Okay, yeah.
And then it doesn't ever say that I could see a short-term stockpiling from residents. A setback. Actually, then you go down to B3, location restrictions. And it talks about slope, it talks about waterways, roads.
Yeah, I guess if you want to define it more, I always just used the, I consider the stockpile a land application, so I always just use the setback as on the previous table that says requirements for setbacks of land application. And I believe it's 200 feet, or I guess surface applied, I would just go with 300 feet. I always just considered it a land application, but they should be putting in 300 feet away from residents.
Well,
If you want to define it more.
I always thought it was, and I probably got it from somebody here. I thought it was 300 feet, but when I reading through it, it didn't ever state it.
It probably doesn't. It's 300 feet from water flow distance. But it probably doesn't specify a residence. Yeah, the table's talking about application, but a stockpile technically is an application, they're going to apply, but they haven't yet. So if we wanted to add a residence setback, just to make it more clear, down where we're talking about distance from water.
I don't know, what do you guys think? Would it make it clear? Because we do have a lot of turkey litter piles
There's some, yeah.
in my area anyway.
Yeah, your area would be kind of the only area down there.
That's most of the turkey.
Yeah,
Yeah.
bullocks and moose area.
So whether you can enforce 300 feet if somebody complains, or all the contracted applicators understand that it needs to be 300 feet.
I haven't had a ton of complaints from turkey usually when I see them, they're not putting it far enough from the road. A lot of times they don't want to compact the area, or if there's crop in there, they don't want to kill a bunch of big area. So they put it kind of right in their field approach, or they should just put it a little further in. But I honestly haven't had a lot of complaints from residents.
The only complaint I got was from a resident, but it was when they were starting to apply.
Apply it, yeah.
You know, and they opened it up and the south wind.
Yeah.
To their house. But I believe they were still 300 feet away. So.
Yeah. In that aspect, I mean, 200 feet versus 300 feet to residents is not really a whole lot, but if we wanted to actually define one, yeah, then it would be in there.
But probably wouldn't be very hard to do, right? Just add residents, 300 feet or.
Then it's piled 300 feet away.
Residential well.
And residence is defined here as from the residence itself, not from the property.
Closest corner of the house.
Yep, that's why I put it.
I mean, that's a short pile.
And they definitely are less than a year. They're not, I mean, they're applying them on B ground.
It's usually 6 months.
Well, that's the next question, are they taking some of it away and adding to it before it's complete?
I would say no. They're usually rotating fields. I don't see them in the same spot every year, maybe every other year, every 2 years. We don't have a ton of them, but we do have them, just because we don't have a lot of turkeys.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a common one. You want to have that at 300 feet for the resident?
What do you think?
But it would make sense for our application setback, so it just,
Yeah.
just make it known.
Yeah.
My next big change were disposal of animal purposes. That section, anybody had anything in between there? Anyone can look at?
These things are definitely, how do you enforce these things?
It's a judgment call. I mean, the short piles like that really are out and open to the public are usually turkey piles, and they are definitely more than that. But it kind of is a gray area of is it solid, is it not?
Well, that piece is fine if it's at least all of that, just horizontal to vertical ratio.
Yeah, I mean, I don't get out there and measure it. I'm just trying to make it. But that is state chapter 7 requirements is really.
And that's why you're the staff expert.
Piles they're coming in there, they're not putting it mounting it up. I mean, they usually are. I guess flat, flat. They're not putting it into a giant mountain peak. They're usually a peak ground and they have plenty of space. They just animal carcasses. I changed, people are operating for, that was kind of came up in my head. They're saying they want, I think it's written as such of their solid material, because they don't want you doing a plastic snow fence, but then with only 1/4 inch of spacing, that's a pretty small space. I've seen people that come up, it's like a garage door sections, and kind of stack those like a fence. I mean, there might be an inch gap, so when I'm telling people fix that inch gap, I mean, truly no animals can get in there. Mice can, but you don't require a roof. Mice can climb up and over anyways. Some of those restrictions were really tedious and gets harder to enforce overall. So that was the change in the no more than 1/4 inch. The range structures and they don't have a lot of actual rendering structures off-site. Kind of, has kind of changed in the last few years where most people do cows now. There isn't a lot of people rendering. And if it is, it's a smaller cow size. And a lot of times they just say, I know the one is going down anyways. Or if they go down, we drag it to the edge of the lot or the machine shed, and you have a guy come pick it up right from there. We don't truly put it out. Actual renderings at the edge of the property or the approach. There's not a lot of those around county anymore. I don't know anybody's thoughts on kind of those for rendering structures, but that was kind of the basis for it.
I have a question. And, I'm assuming that part of the main reason you want is not coming over and dragging things off.
Yeah.
You know?
It's always written to prevent scavenging.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what exactly are we trying to prevent? I would say mainly dogs, raccoons, skunk, coyotes. If you don't birds can always get in there, and most people don't have a roof just because the rendering truck comes by. It's easier. They can go in from the top instead of dragging them out again. So it's kind of what do we want to prevent scavenging from? To prevent a dog from getting in there is pretty easy. So.
Well, if that's the purpose, then 1/4 inch doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, and I always read that. I was like, well, then they more or less have to be airtight.
So the administrative rule just says carcasses left in an offsite pickup point must be stored in an animal enclosed area.
Yeah. So ours was more restrictive than that.
So how you want to define animal proof in terms of inches.
So you're saying to me, if a person built it, like what you do with those sections, would you consider that solid then?
I do. I mean, they're usually above my waist, kind of up to my chest. I mean, 99% of it's just birds coming in from the top, or mice can scurry up over the top or underneath, I guess. But the main animals that could actually drag something away, they aren't getting in there.
Okay. They're usually a poly box, they're, from poly gates that we've put in. Instead of they're stacked, they're 12 inches a piece, 10 inches a piece.
Yeah.
Just on top of each other. The top, 1, 2, 3, 4 ones, usually there's a gap there. Otherwise, they lock together. And so they're 4 foot, 36, 38 inches tall.
I'd say right I mean, I have seen homemade boxes too, where
They just like, dump them in there, lock it up. You're done. That's basically all you need. Because a render truck. There's a very big render truck to go with all.
that's just obsolete because all the hog guys, composting is the way to go now. They want it on site, they don't want the rendering truck coming near their site. They're efficient. So, I mean, there's not a lot of true rendering boxes out there anymore. 90% of it's composting.
It's the administrative rule, basically word for word, has nothing to do with what the construction material is, spacing, or anything else. It's all supplementary to.
You can almost kick out number 2 altogether, can't you? Structure 70, and and made of solid material. And leave it.
Well, I mean, to your example earlier, I don't think anybody's assuming that it's no that's sustainable proof. So this one is in my world.
Well, if we have a lot more there than what is state statute, and just a lot more description, do we need that? And should we? I mean, it seems to me that if 2, 3, and 4 aren't part of state statute, that we don't need them unless we really want them.
Number 4 would be the other one too. I left it in there, but that's a lot of times where there isn't a floor. I just tell guys, I mean, you gotta put it down according to our code, but I mean, truly, if they're picked up on time, there isn't anything going into the ground. We could get rid of that too.
And if it's not part of state statute,
We don't need to be any more restrictive.
Yeah, so it says 200 yards from our site well. So 300. This doesn't say well. A lot of like the other 300 feet. Yeah, we have, see anything about wells here specifically. Yeah. Just, this is all there is on offsite pickup lines in terms of the rural transport, but this is not applicable to what we're talking about.
I think take 2 and 4 out of there. I leave the 300 because that's what we use anyways. Maybe add like add that after the thing just well.
Wasn't I hearing that this is not typical though? Or have a roof on it?
Most of them don't, just because the rendering truck has like a grapple that they can come in and just claw machines down and pull out.
Well, then we don't want to say that it should have a roof. Right?
No.
rendering pickup structure shall be exempt.
Exempt if they're 6 feet high. And a lot of them aren't 6 feet high. That's always been just my judgment call. I'm like, they're truly animal proof. They're just, I don't get a tape measure out, but they're not high level for me. They're waist to my chest.
So we'll just kind of review that and clean that up based upon what's practical, right?
Okay.
Anything else, sir?
Kick out 2, 3, and 4. Is that what we're saying?
That can be the result, yeah. We didn't definitively say that, but he's massaging all of those.
More or less, I would say it's animal proof and out of the road right away. That would be what the state says.
Right.
We don't have to write it in there, there would be a structure that's in good repair. And then it's at your discretion that they're making a good faith effort to actually get the animals into the structure.
Okay.
Well, you make it, slow it down, pretty close to it.
Like I said, it's not a lot of them out there, so. Next one, C for burial, animal mortality. I didn't know for the first year I kind of was doing this now that it says I need to give them written approval. And again, I don't think a ton of people are burying them, but I don't need to sign a letter for everybody saying go ahead. I mean, all through COVID, people were burying stuff, taking care of it as they needed, without contacting me. It's kind of how it is if you have a big issue. More or less common sense. I don't know. I just don't feel I need to sign a letter for everybody, every feedlot site saying, go ahead and bury if you need to. So that's why I crossed that one out.
I would suggest that 1 through 5 is under there because there are some conditions there that people have to meet. And the idea of having you sign off was so that they knew what that was. Are those 1 through 5 required? And then it becomes, well, we're letting people look at that and use their common sense, and here's the code, and we just expect you to follow it without us checking. I think that's the question here. Not that I have a problem with that necessarily, but does the state require a burial of animal mortality to have those 5 conditions?
Theirs would be number 2, number 4, and number 5 for sure. I'm not sure about number 3, and I'm not sure about number 1. The state, in COVID, they kind of came up with a thing called above ground burial, where more or less you're digging like a foot trench maybe, and then covered in dirt, so you're more or less not truly burying it. You're kind of burying it above ground, kind of more or less composting it. But the biggest one was the 5 feet above seasonal high water is what the state, I know that's in there for sure.
Would you review that particular thing? It would be my recommendation that we not make this more restrictive than the state. But if it's in for the state, I mean, we need to do that. And so, and particularly because some of these requirements changed during COVID, they may have changed back. I don't know. I'm going to leave that in your capable hands to research. If those were temporary allowances.
Still on, so it's the Department of Health that kind of runs the animal disposal portion. It's still on their website. They list above ground burial as one of the main animal uses now. And again, a lot of people aren't doing this. It's just kind of a worst case scenario a lot of times. A COVID issue.
But if it is out there, I think that you need to be made aware of it, otherwise it's not animal proof, rodent proof, if you will, and call it what you want. So then you're saying you can have an open pit with some, that's what that person chooses to do, otherwise you have to have a structure. So there has to be some common ground between the two.
I guess.
So their little bulletin basically refers to 35.815 that just says, notwithstanding any other law, Board of Animal Health is responsible for regulation and oversight of livestock mortality. The only other thing referenced was site rule, which is agents may enter private or public property and inspect the carcasses of domestic animal that has died in the field. So the allowance is there to you to go in and inspect, Brian to go in and inspect, but it is may. So unless, as Brian was saying, the Board of Animal Health is specifically governing, this is how you're gonna do it, notwithstanding any other law.
And I've always just treated it as if I'm on site inspection, they say, hey, yeah, I bury a calf over here every now and then. I don't really have a lot of deads. It's always the small cattle guys. They go, I don't really have a lot of deads, but during calving season, I might lose a calf too. They say I bury one here or there, and I just kind of gave them approval during the inspection. Said, yeah, that's a good site. Move on. But if they do say that, I was making up a formal letter and signing it saying, here's your permission. But it just kind of felt a little over the top for me. But maybe not. Just want to keep doing that.
I think there still needs to be some form of inspection.
Probably it says there's those 5 conditions. At least so that people are aware.
It's do you want to model the administrative rule that says we may, rather than just say black and white, this is what's going to happen? You want to just grant yourself the authority to inspect under some of these conditions, but not to make it a requirement every time that's perhaps.
Let's see what I look at that.
Yeah, let's do that. It's not a requirement, but we may.
I think the issue, I mean, what we saw with COVID is hogs couldn't go anyplace, and so under those unusual conditions, if you've got 50 carcasses, big carcasses, obviously we want somebody that knows state statute to go and look and give some advice, and hopefully our residents would say, how do I do this? Help me. That's what our staff is there for. For the small cattle guy that loses one calf, do we want staff chasing around after that?
That's more what I was leaning to, because when we did have the big kills, they put up the regional composting sites and people were taking them to them, so you could get away with 2, 3, 4 truckloads of hogs. Where, yeah, I should have prefaced, like, my head, I'm always like, I don't need to sign off for you can bury one calf and you girl, but a bigger kill has never been an issue because we've always had like regional sites or people kind of move around to several different composts and get rid of them.
I think the may language then allows staff to go in when there are more of those extraordinary circumstances, but also allows staff to use their judgment when it's the normal course of business.
Ryan, you got about 3 minutes.
All right. Maybe just, I guess, I don't know if we'll get through the whole composting thing in 3 minutes if we just end there then. So we know where we're at, or
Give a summary of what you're changing.
more or less, I want to change composting where we just follow state statute. Right now, it's kind of worded poorly, I think. It's always kind of worded there is everything was a facility. And it had to be certain restrictions, and it doesn't make sense for all composting. More or less just changing it to composting was state statute, and then if you're building a structure, here are the requirements. Before it was kind of up in the air, the compost pile should have to follow the same requirements as a composting facility.
Yep, and this is the same rule that I had just pulled up 10 minutes or so
that paragraph you added is from state statute,
Word for word from
Yeah,
state
that's
statute.
variable, yeah.
and that's why you're crossing out that two, and all the letters, that you're encompassing that up.
Yeah. Just, maybe I just wasn't reading it correctly, or it was just confusing to me, but it's always been just confusing in general. A little bit just too wordy. I think it just follows state statute for composting, and then if you're building a structure, like at every hog facility where they build a concrete composting, this is what you have to follow. That allows restrictions for a compost actual structure. For somebody that has a small site, goats or chickens or calves, they can have a pile of hay bales and manure and pieces on the edge of their grow. They don't have to have a structure. Because the state doesn't require to have impervious floor or a structure.
And we may cover it, I haven't read through it comprehensively enough, but the only thing I would suggest to all of this is needing to allude to chapter 35, specifically calling out the Board of Animal Health as prevailing for some of these rules, because we saw, like that bulletin I had, where there was an emergency provision that popped up in 2020 to respond to some of those large floods. And that will ultimately supersede everything we have written here. Yeah. So, for those instances, or allowing for those instances, just, so I haven't seen yet. So if we at least pull in that chapter 35 language that allows for the caveat that if the Board of Animal Health comes up with something else that prevails, then the same conversation as earlier, 1.9.
Okay.
Other regulations prevail.
And that would be under disposal of animal carcasses.
Yeah.
Probably under the general provisions.
Okay, thanks, Brian. Anything else, commissioners?
So we'll pick up here
Next Tuesday.
Nothing? Okay.
Okay, we'll call Board of Commissioners meeting to order at 9:31. Please pick up your cell phones and stand for the pledge of allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome. Happy Tuesday. Is anyone here for public comment? Public comment? Public comment? No one is here for public comment. We'll move to approval of the agenda. Commissioner Krause, anything to add or amend?
No, sir, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Milbrath?
No, sir, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Malton?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Christopherson?
No, sir, Mr. Chair.
Michael?
Yes, Mr. Chair, if the board is willing to do so, I'd like to table item 6, action item 6, letter D, appointment of veteran services officer until the April 2nd regular meeting, so that we can have our veteran services officer present. Go through that particular item.
Thank you. With that being said, is there a motion with the amendment? Motion. Is there a second? Second. Motion by Commissioner Milbrath, second by Commissioner Christopherson. Any discussion? If not, all those in favor, aye. Aye. Those opposed, same sign. That motion carries. Next up is the ditch authority. Review of drainage repair petition. Good morning, Chris.
What you have before you this morning is a petition, a repair petition that was submitted by Mr. Greg Dewison pertaining to a parcel of property in section 18 of Janesville Township, parcel ID number 06-130-0400. This is a petition for a repair of a public drainage system. Well, the parcel of property affected is located within the JD11 watershed. It is benefited by the public drainage system. The parcel listed on the petition does not have a public drainage system established and constructed by the drainage authority through a drainage proceeding ordering the ditch to be constructed and awarding damages and benefits to the affected landowners according to Minnesota Statute 103E 005 subdivision 12. So since the petition does not apply to a public drainage system, I would ask the drainage authority for a motion to deny the repair petition on the basis that there is no public drainage system under the board's authority to repair under 103E 715, and to direct council to send Mr. Jewison or his council the board's decision to deny action on the repair petition.
All right, I'm looking for a motion to deny the repair petition based upon Minnesota statutes listed in the summary above.
I would make that motion.
We have a motion, and is there a second? Second. Motion by Commissioner Malter, second by Commissioner Christopherson. Is there discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
I was just gonna say, since there's no beneficiaries for us to bill for the repairs, then there's no way we can.
Well, the drainage authority does not have the authority to order a repair on a ditch system that is not a public drainage system. And so that is the basis of the denial, is that this is not a public drainage system, therefore the drainage authority has no authority to order a repair or hear the petition.
Right, okay.
That being said, all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same signs. That motion carries.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Moving on to approval of the county board minutes. We'll seek a county board of commissioners work session March 5th, 2024. We'll seek a county board of commissioners meeting minutes March 5th of 2024. Is there a motion to accept? Motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Motion by Commissioner Milbrandt, second by Commissioner Crowe. Any discussion? All those in favor, aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign, motion carries. Consent agenda is approval of the bills. February 2024 monthly electronic funds transfer, fund transfers, credit card integration agreement with Trimin, and fire damage request to waive zoning permit fees. Everyone's had a chance to look those over. I would look for
I would move the consent agenda.
we have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Motion by Commissioner Walter, second by Commissioner Krause. Any discussion?
Only, go ahead. Do we have any structures that would need a permit out there that was damaged?
No, I still don't know, but then what we've done in the past is anytime we have like situations of this nature, we waive the zoning fees. So sometimes we wouldn't know until somebody comes in to talk about it or apply for a permit. But as of now, we don't have it, but it's just standard practice, just in case somebody has structural damage, then we can fall back on this and not charge a person the zoning fees.
Jim, was there any structures other than some pump houses that got broken up out there?
That would be it. So no structures.
I don't know if this question can be answered today or not, but the credit card integration agreement with TriMan, it talked about fees associated with that to keep it going, but is there not any annual membership fee?
For TriMet. So, the property records area and statutorily, I should say, we aren't allowed to be a pass-through entity for fees, for credit card fees. There are certain transactions across the county that we're able to charge a pass-through processing fee. Property taxes and records are not one of those things. So it effectively acts like two separate transactions if I want to utilize an electronic payment for land records, property taxes, what have you. Statute is pretty clear, and there have been separate opinions that have been offered as well to say that you will not touch those fees. So I don't know if that fully answers your question or not.
Yeah, so no matter how much it's used, there's no fee that comes back to us, no membership or, minimum.
Right.
Okay. That's kind of what I was wondering, if it's just based off of how many times it's used, where the fees come from. Okay, yeah, that answers.
Any other discussion? We do have a motion and a second on the floor. All those in favor, aye. Aye. Those opposed, same sign. That motion carries. Next up are action items. Contract number 812-403, facade number 5, concrete pavement rehabilitation.
Morning. This is a program rehabilitation, as you just said, of our facade 5 from essentially facade 19 west of town here to Trunk Highway 13, about 7.7 miles in length. Pavement is 30 plus years old now, and time to make an investment in it. As well as I have applied for and received some federal safety funds for next year to pave between shoulders and rubble strips and ground and weather reflective paint on that road. So it makes sense to me at least to get the concrete pavement in good shape and ready for that project as well. We prepared plans and advertised those plans, open bids on March 13th, and we had 2 bids. Ties that concrete is our favorable bidder. They had a bid amount of $1,498,446.68, which is substantially below our engineer's estimate of $2.2 million. Interstate improvements was a bid summary in the packet of 1.85 million. So both bids were well below our estimate, which is good news. Tyzek is out of the center, so we're a contractor that does travel quite a bit around the region, doing this kind of work, so no issues there that we're concerned about. Just fit their schedule well, and that's why they bid it hard. They're hoping to get started in June. And, we recommend award.
All right, I look for a motion on that. I'll move a little bit. Dissect concrete. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Christopherson, second by Commissioner Walter, open for discussion.
I'm sorry if I missed it, but have you worked with this company before?
I have not, no, but they do this work, like I say, all across the region, travel state to state, and do this kind of work, so.
And no real understanding other than they wanted to be aggressive.
My number was high, and I was nervous, I guess, conservative maybe is a better word than nervous, on a couple of line items, the items that I wasn't sure how they would go based on kind of the work involved in them. And they're also high quantity, so even I missed it by a couple dollars per unit. Sure, it ended up being $500,000 over the entire 7.7 miles. So that's really how I got a little high. We would probably, we were a little more less conservative. We would have been right around Thursday's number, or maybe around 2 million, instead of 2.2. So, but yeah, they hit it hard. Just it was near home, and their guys like to work near home when they can, and it fit their schedule. That was what I got out of them. They did also send some references or kind of a resume of different projects they've done in the area too. So, and all our concrete rehab projects.
Okay, good. And the cost of materials come down, so. No?
This kind of project is a lot more labor intensive than material intensive. So labor probably not so much, but again, I think it just kind of fit their schedule.
We'll take it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Jim, where's this construction taking place again?
County Road 5, north of Waseca, so Highway 13 out and then west to County Road 19.
That's 395th.
Yeah, that's the township road just north of the curve where 5 turns north towards Elysian Lake. So we're gonna wrap around to finish that curve.
Okay. What's your timeline?
On or after June 15th was the start and completion by November 1st. That long, they're gonna get started. We just leave that window open or so to provide flexibility. And then I plan to do the next 5 miles from this point to east Elysian Lake Road, Route 27 and 28.
Where those chunks are coming out on that?
Yep.
Okay.
Any other discussion? We do a motion in a second. All those in favor for one bid, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign, motion carries.
Thank you.
Next up is
Okay, so this is South 13 8th Avenue, reconstruction, bid results. This is a joint project with the city of Waseca, and they are actually the lead agency, the contracting agency for this project, due to the underground reconstruction for the project. We entered into a cooperative agreement with the city, I think it was a year ago in April 2023. For this project and developed plans all last year and went out for bids here. Received 7 bids. We'll be open bids on the 14th of March here. And 7 bids, Wenzel Construction, which is from Montana, is our current low bidder at $4,896,430. 3.5% under the engineer's estimate, so it's a little better estimated, I guess. All good bids, really, and Wenzel Construction does a lot of urban reconstructs like this, so no issues with them. County cooperative agreement was paying 75% of the road cost. We upgraded to concrete. We're looking at our cost of that roughly 9 million as $2.17 million, and the remainder is the city will see us. Their take is Nate, the city engineer, is going to council tonight for award. Today, you guys don't really need to award the contract. The city's awarding the contract. Really just looking for your concurrence with awards to move forward once construction.
So we need a motion or we don't?
Don't think technically you need to take any formal action, but it probably doesn't hurt to at least concur with the bid result.
So the motion was there, second. Motion by Commissioner Gilbreath, second by Commissioner Christopherson. Discussion. We don't charge the homeowner, landowner, but the city does.
The city does assess.
And is that, when we do a 75-25 split, they don't do the full amount, correct? They only do the 25% that they're in.
They assess for the entire amount up to their cost.
Up to their cost. So,
But they did
100% of the infrastructure,
yeah.
They only assess for road as well. They do not assess for sanitary and water main. Questions for the state.
So they don't assess for underground.
No, because they have dedicated underground for like sewer and water plants established. And those go on your utility bill, I believe, here, city resident. But we also did negotiate a credit with the city on the assessment. The county was paying the upcharge for the concrete. The city was only going to assess what the estimated cost of a blacktop road was going to be.
Okay.
It was like a 30% reduction, I think.
So we get assessed for the fairground.
No, we're not, because we're also a major partner in this country.
Contributor, so that comes out of the top number.
Well, that's our cost, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that's where we also got to that 75-25 split on the road.
Primarily because of some of the fairgrounds.
And the concrete.
Everybody's aware of that.
so that was negotiated into that 75% because it was more expensive.
Okay. Questions?
Just a comment, anytime that we can, I mean, we've been working on this for close to a year to get ready to do this. Anytime we can partner with the local government to make good things happen in a way that's thoughtful and fair and reasonable. I commend staff with our local partners. Appreciate that we're here and we're gonna get this thing done. We're gonna try to interfere with the county fair as little as possible in the process.
I guess just, we do have the project split up into two major phases of construction. First, the eastern half of the project up from 7th Street to Clear Lake Drive, and then we would take that has to be up to gravel grade. Things go as planned before the 3rd of July, and then we essentially take a 2-week break for the 4th and the fair to occur, and then fire up on phase 1, which was everything in front of the fairgrounds. So the 3rd, and then pave as 1 continues project phase.
Start date.
As soon as possible, but contract will be awarded tonight, take a couple weeks to turn everything around and get some materials ordered. And, mid to late April probably is reasonable.
You know the city council meeting tonight.
I hadn't planned to, I don't think it's gonna be controversial. Certainly can.
That is not. We do have a motion and a second on the floor. If there's no other discussion, all those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign, motion carries. Thank you. Next, we have public hearing to consider the amendment to the 6.23 FO floodplain overlay, district standards, and 8.03 definitions and acronyms of the Muskegon County Unified Development Code. Lonnie, good morning.
So, we have to have a public hearing for the floodplain ordinance. We recently got, updated maps from DNR and FEMA for our floodplain district. We do not do those maps, FEMA and DNR will work on it. The one that was in effect was in 1985. Prior to that, we used a map that was in 1977. So in 2019, FEMA, in collaboration with DNR, opted to redo our floodplain boundaries. And then the preliminary map was given to us in 2021. And as part of the final process, we have to either revise our floodplain ordinance district in section 6.23, and then they gave us a model ordinance to follow. But since we had floodplain ordinance regulations in our UDC already, staff opted to compare the DNR model ordinance with what we have, and then just liken the two. So the main difference would be just moving stuff around in our code, the permitted uses and then prohibited uses haven't changed any. It's just so that we will comply with state standards and federal standards, and also to make sure that we are compliant with the national requirements for the National Flood Insurance Program, without us having to approve this ordinance or enacting this ordinance in section 6.23. The county will be suspended from the NFIP program. And if you're suspended from that NFIP program, people will not be able to participate or get flood insurances for the structures that are in the flood overlay districts. So that's basically the summary for the ordinance. I did provide the attachments for the changes to the ordinance in the memo. And then as part of the changes, some of the definitions that we don't have in our UDC currently are supposed to be included. So those definitions are supposed to be included in section 8.03 of the UDC. So that's kind of like why we have the section 6.23 being amended and then section 8.03 being amended. Because the main requirements will be in section 6.23 and then the definitions will be in section 8.03. So that's kind of like the brief description. As I mentioned, nothing has really changed from what we would enact or enforce on the planning and zoning level. It's just so that we comply with federal standards, and then just so that we make our language clearer for people, just in case something happens or somebody wants to do something in the platform. So it's just routine ordinance review, and then it's mandated by the DNR. Questions, maybe?
Are we going to do it today, or are we going to set a time?
We have to do it today because
Okay.
the deadline for us to get it done is March 27. So after March 27, if we don't have an ordinance in place, we will be suspended from the NFIP program.
Okay. All right, so we're going to move into public hearing. And because you want to ask questions first or after the vote?
As far as the commissioners,
Yeah, so we're going to move into public hearing at 9:55. Is anyone here for public comment? Is anyone here for public comment? Is anyone here for public comment? All right, we're going to, I'm looking for a motion to close the public hearing. Motion at 9:55. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. We have a motion by Commissioner Milbrath, second by Commissioner Christopherson. Is there discussion? No, never mind. We're moving out of closed. We're moving out of public hearing. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Now we're back into questions.
Do you have a map that changed, that shows the changes? I tried to look it up online, it's not.
It should be on the county website. So if you go under planning and zoning and you go under, I think floodplain maps. We have the old floodplain map on there, and then we have the preliminary maps on there too. But, the only thing is, when we went through a couple, online meetings with FEMA and GNR when they did the maps. So one of my questions was, has it changed from 1985? And the response was, it hasn't changed. What we had in 1985 was like a paper copy map that was so hard to read. Now they're making everything digital now, so we have like the link, and also, so if you go on the County Beacon website, you will see, we have the floodplain ordinance or floodplain overlay map on there. It's just so that, now we be able to see or interpret the maps better than we used to. Because the old map was just like paper map with hatches. It was difficult to know which areas fell under the floodplain overlay district and then to know it. So this is like a 1985 map that, we used to have. So now we are making everything digital, so looking at this, it was so hard to determine if an area fell under the floodplain overlay district or boundaries.
So just, that same question was asked at planning commission.
Okay.
So,
I
and
just-
you look at the old map and then you look at the new one, now it's well, you can see the edges, you can see the actual layout with the updated map, but the areas have changed, have stayed the same.
Yeah, from what, GNR provided and from the response from PM, the boundaries have not changed. It's just so that we have a clearer picture of when we are telling somebody their structure falls another overlay district, we're able to tell them with a beacon map or an interactive map, as opposed to trying to figure out where the boundary was from our 1985 map.
I'm just curious as to why they didn't include some of the Richland area in that.
So, they did a whole, they did a flood insurance study for the whole county. The maps they provided for the county is for, the areas outside of the municipalities. So if you look at the maps that we have or the maps they provided, you wouldn't see areas like New Richland and the city of Wasika in there. That's because it's outside of the county's jurisdiction. I know that sometime last month, the city of Wasika has an ordinance to change their floodplain ordinance. They incorporated the part of the city that, was in that area. So our part of it would be areas outside of the municipality. And I know that, there are areas in New Richland, and I think they're going through their whole ordinance change also. And they probably will have the same date as we do, March 27th. If they haven't passed the ordinance already, they probably will plan it either earlier or maybe they are getting to the final processes. But I know, the city of Wasika already did that theirs last month, I think March, February, first week in February they did it. So, this is just for the county part of it. The areas for the municipalities would be something that they have to take care of. But if they want, people use our interactive map, so once we get the whole thing for all of the municipalities, that'll be something we can add onto our GIS, so that if somebody is in the city, they can just basically go on our Beacon interactive map and still see it.
I just, because part of that, an individual talking about how his building got flooded out, and that's county property, but it doesn't show that area of floodplain.
That's interesting. So sometimes, I know that they map the municipalities separately from the cities. And if you're, sometimes they have the whole engineering thing that they do with FEMA to determine the floodplain boundaries and everything. So, the fact that your area doesn't fall under the floodplain doesn't mean that it's not gonna flood. The fact that it falls in there doesn't mean that it's still not gonna flood. But then the percentage or the chance of your parcel flooding is minimal in outside of the boundaries than inside the boundaries. So sometimes somebody's parcel falls in the floodplain overlay district, but then they've done a lot of work on their parcel or their house is higher than the base flood level, so it wouldn't flood. But then if you go on the county interactive map or if you go on the map provided by FEMA, it will show the whole area as being in the floodplain, but it doesn't mean that area will flood. But it's just because of how they do their boundaries and their mathematical formulas they use. And also regarding the NFIT program, after March 27, some people in the county will probably get letters from the insurance companies telling them that they need flood insurance. That doesn't mean that they really need the flood insurance, because what the insurance companies do or the bankers do is they just basically go online using the new maps, and then if your parcel touches the boundaries of the floodplain or boundary, they're gonna tell you that you're in the floodplain, so you need to get flood insurance. But then the interesting part of it is your house might not be in that floodplain boundary. So if your house is not in that floodplain boundary, it's not mandatory for you to get flood insurance. So I think that the planning commission, like a couple of examples where I show them an area with the floodplain boundary and then their house not in that district. Somebody in that area would get a letter from their banker saying that you need to get an insurance policy in, but then their house is probably on a higher level, so they wouldn't technically be required. But then the bankers just send out like a huge mail or letters out just so that they don't want to go through the extra step of actually checking to see if the person's house is in the floodplain or not. So that's kind of like, maybe at some point from March 27, we probably would get some complaints from residents saying that they're in a floodplain and they need flood insurance. But I would say that they really have to go online, look at their parcel and look at where their house is and make sure that it's not in that boundary. If their house is not in that boundary, they just have to provide the map to their bankers or the insurance company and tell them that my house, even though the floodplain boundary touches my parcel, it doesn't mean that my house is in that floodplain, so I'm not mandated to get flood insurance. So that's just a disclaimer out there that you probably will get calls from county residents talking about insurance requirement because of the new maps.
Thank you.
And I might be one of those residents. I'm looking at Beacon here, and these, is this the map that's gonna stay on here with these black hashes?
We will get a cleaner one.
Okay.
The one we have now is the preliminary maps. The revised one or it's now in pending state.
Mm-hmm.
So after March 27th, we'll get the
This is the
version.
preliminary.
Yes,
And it's marked draft
yes.
on our, okay. And you may not know, these hashtags are interesting. I think they're hard to define, but as long as the GPS is closer.
And then in terms of interpretation of the boundaries, if there's a discrepancy between what's on the map and what's on the ground, there's always a way for you to make an appeal to DNR and then they go through their processes. I know that we've done that maybe sometime last year when we were looking at the recreational camping area about the area being in the floodplain or not. So they did send an appeal or letter to the DNR, I think in Kiddo, and then they went through their process and determined that it was in the floodplain. But there's always a way to actually determine the actual engineering, like having a private consultancy engineering firm go on site to make that determination or for them back on the expertise of FEMA. So there's always a way around having to get that interpretation.
Thank you, I appreciate your expertise.
Any questions or comments? And I think we're gonna look for a motion to amend 6.23 and 8.03.
And then you have to approve ordinance 196.
And ordinance 150 separately.
We can do it.
Do it all
together.
together at once. And ordinance 156. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Christopherson, second by Commissioner Milbrat. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, aye. Those opposed, same sign, motion carries. Thank you. How do you want to work with the deleted one?
Leave it as table. Yeah.
Leave it? Sorry. So we're going to move on to resolution 2024-10, Courthouse Park Outdoor Recreation Grant Program. Ryan?
Morning, Commissioner. At the March 5th board meeting, I brought to the board information for an outdoor recreation grant opportunity to improve Courthouse Park. Today I'm bringing in front of you a recommendation and a resolution to sign for this grant opportunity. Waseca County's Facilities Department would like to apply for this outdoor recreation grant that has a 50-50 split. The total project is estimated at $216,000. The request for the grant would be $108,425, with a match coming from the county of $108,425. As a reminder, this grant will help fund a new pavilion, pickleball court, retaining wall by the walkway next to the new bathroom, and improve the playground area for ADA requirements. My recommendation and request would be for the Waseca County Board of Commissioners to agree and sign the 2024-10 resolution for the Courthouse Park Outdoor Recreation Grant Program. I'll open it up to any questions, and if not, I will move forward by presenting the 2024-10 resolution.
Any questions?
Do we have, we just need discussion.
Well, we can get a motion in a second on the floor. Is there a motion for the resolution?
I'll move the resolution.
And is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Walter, second by Commissioner Milbrandt. Now discussion.
Brian, if we get this grant, let's say we decide not to put the pickleball court in, that is going to affect the grant that we get?
Or do we decide not to?
Yeah, do we have to spend that money on that pickleball court?
I would say yes, if it's in the grant. The recommendation for it.
But would it deny the entire grant or just that portion? Are you itemizing? Or is it a blanket amount of your spending in your application?
So this is a list of basically what everything is gonna be, the money is gonna be put forward to.
That goes in the application.
Correct. Everything that we are building, along with materials and everything like that, are in the grant application. And that's what we're asking the funding for.
Mr. Chair. You can always choose not to accept a grant award, first and foremost. So you couldn't arbitrarily determine not to, or couldn't arbitrarily determine to use those dollars awarded for a pickleball court for something else. However, you could choose not to accept those dollars for the pickleball court itself. That should not, we can get clarification on this, but that should not affect the entirety of the project itself. That is not unprecedented where certain projects move forward and others do not for various reasons. So if you only wanted to move forward with the acceptance of the award of the pavilion, for example, exclusive of the pickleball court, that is not going to be an issue in this.
Other questions?
Well, I had a discussion with Michael on we have equine going out there also, that park. And the more traffic we get in that area, I don't know if it makes it more difficult to bring horses out there. I don't know if we'll end up getting complaints about people that are using it for that, and now it's almost impossible for them to go out there. I don't know if that'll come about or not, but we also talked about maybe in the future having a different entrance so they're not so congested with trailers if they want to come out there. I just think that's something that has to be thought about also. If we're gonna still want the park used for that, the equine also.
You're talking about where the horse riders come in
And unload.
and where they unload versus where the people would be coming in to play pickleball.
Pickleball or golf or the disc golf, you know.
Okay.
It's gonna get more parking there. You know, I know we've always, I don't know, can you still go out and pull it onto the grass with the trailers?
So our future plan, in the very near future, is where the horse tie downs were, where the people brought in their horse trailers and tied their horses down. In the front side there is expanding that whole area into additional parking. There's a little ditch that goes alongside that road, and talking to Chris Howard, we really don't need that ditch. It was only there because they had raised the road when they put the road in. So we can actually eliminate that. It was just a drainage area for water that would sit there, which basically goes nowhere on the other side of the road to the east. So the future plan was to turn that area into overflow parking and also put back the horse tie downs, so they still have that area.
Yeah, and there might have to be some thought into, once the person comes out with the horse, how they enter the trails, or, so they're not, if it's gonna get more congested with people going that way, how the horses get out to the trail. So you're not getting a lot of overgrowth, yeah.
Right now, most of the trail riders, from my understanding, enter where the gate is to go into where the camping area. You agree with that, Teddy?
And yes, but I am in the works of actually cutting a new trail through there so that they never actually mix.
Okay.
So where they're gonna tie down, because I have all the stuff to put the new tie down, and then I just have to get the groundwork done. We're going to put a new trail in just to that road so that we'll never cross paths next to that pickleball court. So
Okay, I think that's a good idea, yeah.
that will be done within, well, weather dependent now. It would have been done probably next week, but probably not now.
Okay.
I have this fairly well thought out on how to make both entities work with the horse trails and the pickleball course, and more people coming out there, filling that ditch in, and should be coming here shortly. The airport is putting up new hangars. They're gonna start hauling that dirt out to Courthouse Park for us, so.
As we, as we get more traffic out there, and thank you for that you are putting quite a bit of thought into keeping that separate, because I just don't want people going out there with horses and wanting to get away from them and end up hurting somebody that's over like pickleball.
Yep.
But, now it would be nice to have that south entrance, then you could keep the equine quite separate from the rest of the traffic, but that down the road could happen too.
Mr. Chair, and keeping in mind, if it's helpful for the commissioners, that this award would not happen until the earliest June. And projects would not be allowed to begin until at earliest September, most likely October. So there is plenty of time to further devise and give more comfort, as Teddy was just doing, to what will this actually look like, laid out in detail if some of these improvements are made. How will it or will it not conflict with the existing infrastructure amenities that are out there? So just giving the clarification that it is not as though this is a commitment for something that's happening tomorrow or next week. There are several months in between.
Sure. How many acres is Courthouse Park? About?
172.
Okay, thank you. There you go. I have really appreciated this discussion. And I've appreciated staff's thoughtfulness and the board's with 172 acres, there's enough space out there to do a lot of things. And I appreciate that staff is being really thoughtful about not developing bottlenecks that are gonna keep people away. But with 172 acres, and it's been that big for a long time. I mean, even with the increased use at the disc golf, we still, that many acres has much more capacity. And so I appreciate that we are looking forward to figuring out how we can make thoughtful, but a bit more intensive use. We don't want to lose the character of Courthouse Park, which is very rural, makes for a peaceful place to ride horses or play disc golf or go camping. But we also, I mean, part of the idea here is to make this park really one of the premier places for people in the county to go and enjoy what is best about Waseca County. And I don't play pickleball, but I hear there are people that just love it. And we would get some people to come to Waseca County to play pickleball because the court is out there in that setting. And so I appreciate this discussion and the planning that's going into it, and I'm looking forward to the planning that's going to happen yet to make sure that we can do a variety of things out there and not lose any of the things that already happen out there that are great for our residents and for other people that come to visit.
Mr. Tonford, I was out there on Sunday and there was a couple cars from Iowa and a few from Minnesota that were out there. They were playing disc golf and having fun. But around the bathrooms there, is that gonna get all seated down? Or this morning?
Plan right now is there's a portion of it that we plan on laying sod.
Yeah.
And then put a sprinkler system up so we can keep the water. Where the pavilion itself is going, depending on if we get the grant funding and the timeline of when we get the grant funding, we're planning on hopefully maybe laying the base of the pavilion before 2025. Okay. So if anything, that area would probably be seeded. And we also have one more tree that has to be taken out in that area as well.
Right.
So I guess it's
Then the pickleball court would go right where the old pavilion is.
Yes, the old pavilion will not come down until the new pavilion is constructed.
Okay.
So people still have the ability to rent the old pavilion out. We already have one, beginning of April.
And all that area around the swing sets and stuff like that, around, that'll be new landscaping in there.
So the grant will give new ADA regulation, wood chips.
Would be wood chips and other chips.
Yeah, and then also the path going to it for the handicap parking on the south side.
Okay. Then there is a basketball court out there. But I'm not that coordinated for basketball. I looked at that too, and it looks like it's getting something here down the road.
I assume we can have those concrete levelers come in and foam underneath that and raise that.
Right, at least level it out, so a guy like me could bounce the basketball across that side.
Make that happen.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? All those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign, motion carries. Thanks, Brandon. Next is your county parks ordinance number 77, with the addition of 2 parks.
All right. What I'm bringing forward today is a request to add 2 county parks, Flowers and Eustis, to the park ordinance number 77 that would not allow any hunting or firearms on the property. Even with this ordinance, hunters would still be able to access the waters with boats at the dam to both Moon Marsh and Watkins. Basically what I'm saying there is all the grounds of Flowers would be no hunting, but they'd still be able to transport their guns down the road driveway / to the dam to put in their boat to access the waters and still duck on in that area. In 2002, Waukesha County Board of Commissioners put in place a park ordinance number 77 that repealed ordinance 59. In this ordinance, the recreational activities under paragraph 2, it states that no person in a park shall hunt that have posted no hunting signs. If action is taken, these parks will be posted with signs. These parks are heavily utilized for walking, running, and recreation. As Waukesha County focuses on the development and improvement of these parks, we want the public to feel safe when enjoying the natural outdoor areas. In this ordinance, if you haven't had a chance to look at it under recreational activities, paragraph 2, stating hunting and firearms. Basically, no person shall hunt, trap, or pursue wildlife at any time in an area of the park posted no hunting as determined by the Waukesha County Board of Commissioners. No person shall use, carry, or possess firearms of any description or air rifles, BB guns, pellet guns, spring guns, bows and arrows, slings, or any other forms of weapons potentially inimical to wildlife and dangerous to human safety, or any instrument that can be loaded with a fire-like cartridges, or any kind of trapping device in any area of a county park posted no hunting. Shooting in the parks area from beyond park boundaries is forbidden. Nothing herein shall prevent the use of bows and arrows or the possession thereof. Target practice is authorized by the Waukesha County Board of Commissioners. Paintball guns and paintball pellets are prohibited in the county parks. And the bow and arrow possession thereof practice with authorization by the Waukesha County Board of Commissioners basically goes out to Eustis Park, where Mankato has a bow club over there, and sometimes they hold little shoots in that wide open area there. But they always contact myself before they do that to get permission to do that. So my recommendation and request would be for the Waukesha County Board of Commissioners to add the 2 county parks named Bowers and Eustis to the Parks Ordinance number 77, and also allow the Facilities Department to post on social media for the public to be aware of the change. And I did attach the social media page as well. Any questions?
Let's get a motion on the floor for the addition of the 2 parks. Ordinance 77.
I will move ordinance 77 and addition of the 2 parks.
A motion, is there a second?
There is.
Motion by Commissioner Christopherson, second by Commissioner Walter. Discussion.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
just a point of clarification here. We're not amending this ordinance, so we're not adding the parks directly to the ordinance, just cleaning up a little bit of the language here. The authority is already there in the ordinance. We're adding the 2 parks to our no hunting list as given authority. That's why we're not looking for a public hearing to amend the ordinance itself. We're not changing the ordinance. We're just enforcing the ordinance that already exists to expand upon the no hunting grounds for Eustis and Bowers.
So my motion should have been just adding 2 parks to the ordinance. I'll amend my motion.
Other discussion?
Goose Lake Park. It seems to be quite relatively by people that want that kind of teardrop. And that's hunted quite heavily at times when I've been out there. Not hunting, just walking. Is that horizon, maybe that should be included?
So it was discussed as to add that or not. And basically what goes through there now, we really don't have any walking trails out there. It's a complete snowmobile trail that does a loop in that area and continues on. Do people walk it? Yes, but it's not considered a walking trail. It's considered a snowmobile So future, or now, I mean, however,
Is that building out there, is that county or is it snowmobile trail?
snowmobile trail. The little rest area?
Yeah.
That's snowmobile association.
Yeah, just to clarify, this is 100% under the board's discretion. Of course, staff will make recommendations as they have based upon the utilization and then the foot track themselves and the feedback we get, which is really how this most recent conversation started, is public approaching us wondering, based upon specific instances and encounters they've had of trying to utilize the park to walk a dog or whatever it is during a hunting season, and there being some interactions between people trying to hunt the parks and recreate in the parks. So trying to prevent any instances before they occur. When, if the impetus is we're trying to reinvest in some of these premier parks, 3 or 4 of them across the county, and the obvious byproduct should be that more utilization will result of those improvements made to them. It makes sense to try to protect people as best we can from the unfortunate instances that may occur. So Goose Lake was one that was mentioned. That's just as relevant as the other 2, perhaps. We, looking at the more primitive nature of it, the decision at that point in time is just to leave it alone and further assess and try to identify some of the traffic that is there. If the board feels that it should be included, there's nothing preventing it from being included.
We used this park, I know there's some families that have hunted that for years during deer season, so you may hear some feedback from them coming down.
Yeah, I anticipate that probably happening. I just don't feel like, it just seems like a rhino, a problem arising.
No, I see a liability on the county's end, but I don't get me wrong with that. I just, there's some people that think they have rights,
Right.
So.
with this ordinance that was put in place, I feel will be covered with it as we're used as park. I've also gotten calls from landowners of public entrance into Eustis Park that are hunting, that are going into their property as well, even with the signs. So you kind of got it both directions. Do I expect some feedback on it? Yeah. As with anything else, there's a change.
And to be clear, this is not in any way a statement that this will eliminate all problems and issues that arise. This is the county being able to come back and say, we told you not to do this thing in this space for this ordinance that exists.
We are getting a bunch of signs. And we will be posted around the perimeters and at the entrances to the park.
I don't know Goose Park, Goose Lake Park, I mean, you guys, if that should be included, or if we're okay with letting that one ride for a while.
Anything that helps, 15 years ago, I used to go on it heavily. And there were people walking by. Was it every night? Periodically, yes. Did they see me up there? No. I was usually quite high, but,
And we do have signs for no littering or dumping in all of our parks, correct?
Not that that matters.
But is it, if you caught someone, is there a penalty by law that can be given? Enforced, if you will?
There is.
There is.
We try to work through that. In another manner sometimes.
Some yes, some.
Yeah. Furniture's kind of a thing in Goose Lake Park.
So yeah, you know,
I've appreciated this discussion. And I think kind of the core of the big picture here is we want to think about access to hunting that we want to allow on county property up against more intensive uses where obviously it doesn't make sense to allow both things to happen. And if we want the parks to be used and we want people out there walking and riding horses and doing what they do, obviously we've got to be thoughtful about liability. But the other side of that is for our hunters, and we have plenty of hunters in the county, and quite frankly, from outside the county. These thoughtful discussions about where we have enough people that it doesn't make sense to allow that, and where we want to really on purpose just say, nope, that should be allowed there. That's a place where the county says, if you want to hunt, that's a place where it makes sense. I think those discussions have to happen on each one of these parks. Because we call everything the own park, basically, unless it's got another purpose. We just want to be thoughtful about how that piece plays into it. Because as people have migrated to cities, there's not that much public places where people can do that. But it is a part of part of who we are here in Waseca County. And so with these two parks, it seems obvious that they're getting used intensively enough that it makes sense. And I think we should have this discussion with everyone we consider.
Any other discussion? We have a motion and a second with Commissioner Christopherson's amended motion.
And I'll accept it as a friendly amendment to the second.
Good. All those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign, motion carries. Thanks, Brian.
Thank you.
Next up, administration with the update.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. A lot of legislative conversations still happening out there. I was talking to Walter yesterday, I was able to tune into the AMC update. It was a good comprehensive update from the AMC staff today. This is the first deadline week, if you will. So we'll start having a little better picture after this week what the final bills will be, although there are many of them. But at least knowing what we're working with and not seeing the introductions happening. So some still of concern. I would say that AMC staff are well aware of and are moving forward and advocating as best they can on behalf of county staff. Still have our drainage bills out there that are being paid attention to, though one has been amended somewhat, which was the tile requirement, the hearing that you were able to participate in. Nothing has been amended since that introduced amendment. As far as when the property is sold, it would be incumbent on the individual to disclose what tiling exists, what improvement, drainage improvement exists on the property itself. Still some work being done on the recycling bill that would have an impact on our solid waste facility as well. That one is still in its original form, for the most parts anyway, and would be a little bit of a process change for us, so we'll see where that continues to go. Any specific questions on this?
Well, when you talk about that time, and you're supposed to give those records to the county auditor, correct?
Upon selling?
Upon
So it's
selling. So what if everything isn't disclosed? Is it gonna come back on the former owner? if there's issues, does, if there's a ditch that has been cleaned, does that come back, does that get recorded if there is still dollars left on the ditch cleaning that goes with that land? Or, you know, or assessments, I mean, how deep are they going to actually get in there? And then that $42.50 that goes to Bowser?
Yeah.
For what? Those are my questions. I'm not asking you to answer that. I'm just saying, it's a road I don't think should be gone down. But, because it's gonna cost the county, it's gonna cost our staff, but yet we don't get any reimbursement for it.
$7.5.
No.
Yeah, so the closest precedent we have right now are well certificates. So House File 3389, what we're talking about now, but the closest precedent we do have in existence is well certificates on recorded documents, and those have existed for a very long time. It does require a $50 well fee right now, and that's really what this is seemingly being modeled after. So the impetus right now is upon the owner to disclose the improvement information to the Soil and Water Conservation District. And again, the whole premise was everyone asking why, because there really hasn't been any reason stated as far as why this is necessary or helpful. It got closer in that hearing when they amended it to say, well, this helps in terms of the actual sales records. There are other vehicles out there like the electronic certificate of real estate value that the state already maintains where this could be done and where it could be disclosed. That actually carries forward on a sales record. But there's been nothing to state unless, again, it models the well certificate and there's kind of that perjury clause in there. If you're knowingly not disclosing or knowingly disclosing something that isn't there, that would have to be argued and proved out in court. But it's pretty silent on it as far as what any enforcement measures would be there if the data isn't accurate.
I mean, it just seems like you gotta fill it all out, and you're gonna forget something somewhere along the line, and then you're gonna be liable for it, you know? It's just discloses, there's no privacy anymore. But
I don't necessarily disagree with you at all. And I think one of the fundamental questions here is, when you buy anything, the
buyer beware.
The standard practice is buyer beware, that it is up to the purchaser to do their homework. That said, having friends who are in real estate, there's a whole list of things that the state says you have to disclose. When you sell a house, there's a whole list, and the way real estate is right now, the liability comes back to the seller, and if they use a realtor, the realtor, part of their job is to ensure that those things get disclosed. You know, when it comes to field tile, we all know that field tile tend to improve the value. So somebody who is selling rural property, tillable acres that has tile in it, that tends to be an improvement that improves the value. Sellers already have an innate reason to disclose because it makes their property more valuable.
But
I'm not saying that should be a requirement, though. I'm saying, why have a requirement when it already makes it more valuable?
there's landowners that have no idea what is out there. They don't even know where the piece of ground is at. Well, maybe it's their grandpa that had it. You know, oh, here it is, it's got mine, and I'm supposed to disclose everything. And then they're gonna come to the renter that's been renting it, and putting in the tile, fixing everything. And he has to disclose to the owner what's in there and the renter wants to buy it from the owner, how much does the renter want to disclose to the owner to increase that value? That's just looking at it one way, you know, and so the owner's supposed to disclose all this stuff, all this tile that's supposed to be in there. And then, you know, he's gonna be wrong. So, I mean, it's just one way to look at it.
Yeah. To me, this bill has really nothing to do with the buyer and seller. This bill has to do with them wanting to get the information and make it public.
And we don't want to give them the information.
Right, because, yeah, if I'm selling you a piece of property, I want to tell you all the tile that's in there. Just helps my sale price. So this bill, it really doesn't have anything to do with anything private. They want it public.
Yeah.
Now, I heard on Friday, Michael, do you know this? That there's another bill that's been introduced by the House that would make you, I think it's SWCD or maybe before installation of new tile, that you would have to disclose where you're putting tile. And even goes as far as the coefficients and the size of the tile and everything. Now, Friday, there was some people saying that that was just introduced and it didn't have a Senate file, it was just a House file.
Okay. Yeah, I can look, I'm not familiar with it, so it must have been under some different description of the, as of yesterday, there weren't any other bills submitted into the House past 314. And I didn't see it in those recent ones, and I was thinking.
That's just taking it another step. Now they're not going after the tile that's already installed, now they're gonna, you know.
So can they finagle this around and get some of this into the, what do you call it, omnibus bill?
Omnibus?
Yes. You know, I
And
mean, how are we gonna know?
Well, you'll still know if it's in there.
Right.
I mean, omnibus bills aren't uncommon. Is it a way to consolidate and condense a lot of language into one action? Yes, and that's often used as a negotiating piece. Include your language if you include my language, that type of thing. But I'm not suggesting it won't be thrown into an omnibus because most of these individual bills are into an omnibus bill or package. But like everything comes down to the last week or two in committees where all of that horse trading is happening and things get pulled out and things get pushed through. This is the well certificate itself, and this is very similar to what I would suspect it's seeing, and to the comment that was made, the whole premise of this is so you can go out and search a property to see if there has been a well certificate recorded on the property. So right in this document that allows you to do that. And then, you know, the actual bureaucratic piece of it, for lack of a better term, I guess, accompanying the $50 filing fee, which has to be recorded with the deed of the property as well, and the warranty deed, what have you. And there's certification of buyer and seller specifically being executed in there. There's a sketch map itself, and more specific information as well. So I would imagine that anything that moves through will look very similar, not almost identical to this. The $42.50 to Bowser is mostly what I'm hearing frustrating everyone because it just doesn't make any sense at all. It's just kind of a number that was pulled out of a hat. And but again, it's not exactly unprecedented that the county does the majority of the administrative process and sends most of the money back to the state.
This message is called out.
The License Bureau has been doing it for years. So, yeah. Well, I kind of derailed that conversation, I guess, but anything else legislatively that you wanted to chat about?
As you were.
Other questions in general? I was going to ask a point of clarification for the bi-week, the March 26th and the April 9th work sessions are currently scheduled for 8:30. Part of the rationale of that was just because the doors open at 8 o'clock or don't unlock until 8 o'clock, so it gives a little bit of a buffer to get there. Would you prefer that they start at 8 o'clock for lack of any confusion or continuity with your normal?
I prefer 8.
8 o'clock? Okay.
That's my opinion.
That's okay with the group mostly?
8 o'clock next Tuesday.
Yeah. It's fine. So we'll tweak the March 26th and April 9th meeting work sessions for UDC. Those are all UDC meetings. So March 26th will be maybe the remainder of Article 6. We'll see how expedient that is and how quickly people tire out, I guess. And then hopefully Article 7 in its entirety, perhaps, April 9th. Article 8 will be easy, don't worry. We'll get there eventually. So we'll just see how far we get in those subsequent sessions. Okay, thanks. Anything else for me you'd like me to address at this point?
Anyone? Anything for Michael? How about human resource and open?
So, Mr. Chair, I did provide everybody an update, and you can see that recruiting has been very busy. Quite a few conditional offers have been put out this month, and we have a lot of new hires in March and, well, April. So that continues to be a priority, trying to get staff positions filled as quickly as we can. It's very competitive out there, it remains to be. So unless there's other questions that you guys have, I can answer for you.
Any questions for HR? Good. Okay. Commissioner reports. Who would love to begin? All at once?
I can.
All right.
I'll go second. We had, go back to Tuesday the 5th, we had a work session, board meeting, lunch. On the 7th, I met with city officials to talk about the TIF district and the project, and met with Michael. On the 12th, we had Woodville Township and then an annual meeting. 13th, we were at FCI with the Relations Board. On the 14th, I met with Public Health at noon. Last night, I had the MBAC at 4, and then that was a joint powers meeting, and then the regular meeting at 6:30. And then brings us to.
Thank you. Commissioner Crowley?
Been rather slow for me, but the 5th, Tuesday the 5th, we met with the sheriff in the morning. And then the 6th was spent some time with Chris Howard and then Jason Forshade at the fire station. Going over stuff and updates on what had happened with the fire. Thursday the 7th was the board of canvas at 1 p.m. And that evening was a planning commission at 7. And in between, had several conversations with Steve Kraus and our DevCon, getting the updated maps. I think everybody got an updated map. And yesterday the list came out. Yeah, I see it's, I call it at least along St. Mary's, the north side of Wilton Township, along the line going west. It seems like they're running that line and they're just connecting like from Wilton Township to St. Mary's Township. 75 is the border line there, and then they're going into picking up those constituents on that border in St. Mary's. But that's quite a list when you try and go through down and find out. You're trying to, okay, they're going down this road. Nope, they're not going down going through the numbers, so. Big thanks to Steve Kraus for getting that information to us and moving along. And then April 4th, there's a down in Muller, is that the 4th? Yeah, broadband event. So it'll be good to get the information out to our constituents, make things a whole lot easier to do that. And thanks to Commissioner Malter and Mr. Johnson for all their work that they have done on that. I know they're with the state one day last week. But then on the 12th, was our annual township board meeting, and 13th was FCI. That was really interesting. Commissioner Milgret and I were out there, and Mr. Johnson. EDA on the 15th. On the 16th, I met with some constituents on our park and our judicial talks, which were very interesting. Yesterday, on the 18th, I did a legislative update, and that brings us to today, the 19th.
Thank you, Commissioner Kraus. Commissioner Mulder.
After our meetings on the 5th, I had a later afternoon meeting with the Assistant Commissioner of Health from MDH to talk about JAC issues. On Wednesday morning, March 6th, there was a special Prairie board meeting to do interviews for a new executive director. I'll let our chair talk about what went on there, but I was there anyway. Then later that afternoon, then I had really good service from our county IT department that got this new laptop, got everything switched over to it so it works. And I am very thankful to have equipment that works again. It's awesome. NACO Health Steering Committee later that day. Then Thursday the 7th, I went off to a futures meeting, AMC Futures up in the Twin Cities. And that was super interesting. We talked about AI in government work and how if we don't think it's happening already, we are deluding ourselves and we need good policy around it. AMC is going to help us figure that out. Then right from futures over to SHAC Executive Committee meeting and a SHAC meeting that went until the afternoon when I got to come home. Saturday, Sunday, Monday, I met with, I had a Mid-Prairie Policy Committee meeting to review policy and recommend new policy for the board. Then I made my way over to the central building. Waseca County Collaborative for Families is really relooking at their joint powers agreement, trying to bring it in line with state requirements to receive that money. We got all the usual suspects there, including our probation and our public health are involved in that conversation. At some point, I'll have to have a discussion with administration about whether a county commissioner I'm welcome there to have my say, but really, I don't think that's going to end up being in statute there, that a commissioner has to be there, because it's not our money, but it is our expertise. And so it's more an issue of whether we allow staff to be involved in that, and obviously we don't want to. Those are some of the discussions that are happening that we're not ready to have yet. After that, I met with a reporter from the Pioneer to talk about broadband grant and celebrate that a little bit. That was awesome. And you saw some of that information in the recent paper. We want our constituents to know, so they sign up and say yes. Then library board meeting that evening. Tuesday the 12th, Michael and I and Steve Kraus were up in Brooklyn Center at the 10-year celebration of broadband for the state of Minnesota, and I gotta say, staff and our consultant did Waseca County proud. We were in 2 major presentations, and Michael and Steve both spoke very well and very eloquently about the process we went through, and it was awesome. It was awesome. Then I rushed back and made it to a township meeting at Iosco Township and then Janesville Township. Had good discussions there. Wednesday I met with my leadership cohort from NACO leadership cohort, and then spent some time with Sarah out at Public Health to talk about the changes that are happening there and some grant opportunities that she's looking at, and some collaboration with other CHBs. Then we had a meeting with Michael and Steve about what's happening next for broadband. We got this grant. Well, we certainly have more constituents that want broadband. So going back to the table and taking a look at where we need to go next. And Steve is going to be working on some of those, trying to get wisdom from BevCom where the best chances are and taking a look at our next steps. Thursday, SHAC Executive Committee, and then Resilient Counties Advisory Board and NACO Board, and then that evening SWCD. And it was important to be there. They now have received the first chunk from One Watershed, One Plan They Serve River. It's in their checkbook. So moving forward, we're taking those first steps to figure out the processes to make that be efficient. Friday came back to Waseca for a Power of Produce committee meeting, and how that's going to roll out. Once again, that's not going to happen until after the county fair. And so I was able to bring up to the folks that were there who are involved in the farmers market, that the farmers market has to have discussion about where that farmers market is going to go. Because after the fair, 8th Street's going to be, or 8th Avenue is going to be torn up. So they're considering that as they move ahead. Sunday, I got to go to the Janesville FFA Ag Breakfast, so that was great. And yesterday, I did the AMC legislative update. That was super interesting. And later in the morning, had a SHAC leadership MDH meeting. And here we are today, ordinances and this, and then I'm off to Lynn Prairie.
Thank you, Commissioner Walker. Commissioner Christopherson? Yeah, March 6th was our EDA interviews, or the Executive Director interviews, ED interviews. We interviewed 2, one external, one internal, and we did offer the position to the internal, Tara Rich. It was unanimous after the interviews that she was the best candidate. She's did a very good job the last 6 months as an interim. Has done some things that she wouldn't have to do. She was just tasked with keeping the organization afloat. She did more than that. So anyway, she has tentatively offered or accepted, there you go, our offer, and we will finish that today, this afternoon at board meeting. The 11th, I met with Richland Township in the morning and Otisco Township in the evening, just for updates. Tuesday, I met with Freedom, Alton, and Vivian Townships for just a county update at their annual meetings. I missed Byron. They got Vivian and Byron are at the same time, so my plan is to go to Byron at next month's regular meeting. Wednesday, the 13th, we had Public Works Subcommittee. Friday, the 15th, we had EDA here. And then I had Caberba in Mankato at 1 o'clock. Yesterday, I met with Tara to get ready for today's meeting. We always try to get together and have a pre-meeting. Try to get the meetings to go a little smoother and faster. And then today, so that's it for me.
Thanks, Commissioner Christopherson. Tuesday, the 5th, 7 a.m. with the sheriff, 8 a.m. for the Unified Development Code, Article 6. 9:30 board. On Wednesday, the 6th, I went to the City Hall meeting. I went to City Hall for their meeting. That was to set a public hearing for the TIF. On April 2nd, there'll be a public hearing for that, for housing. Thursday, the 7th, was the PNP Board of Canvas at 1 p.m. here, and at 2 p.m. I met with the sheriff and Michael. Monday, the 11th, Fair Board at 7 p.m. Tuesday, the 12th, was a regular meeting for Woodville Township. They had moved that out a week. That was at 6 p.m. and then 7:30 was the all Woodville Township meeting. Wednesday, the 13th, 8 a.m. was Public Works, and 6 p.m. that evening was Waseca County Historical Society. Friday, the 15th, I met with Michael for a while in his office to go over a couple things. I did not make it to the food shelf last night at 6 p.m. And it brings us to today. But I wanted to remind everyone about the Farm City Luncheon on Thursday at the mill at 11:30. If you're signed up, great. If you haven't yet, probably do that. But I think we're good to go.
And I did confirm with Christie at the chamber that you're all on the list.
Okay. Great, thank you.
Feel free to show up.
Excellent. That's what I had. So at this time, we're going to move into closed session. I thank everyone for coming. Have a great Tuesday. We can take a couple minute break if that's what you're looking for. Yeah. All right.
Good.
They had, when we did it, I sat down with Mike, I don't even know that. How's that? I did.
That's great. For some, yeah, 48 episodes.
30 seconds of commentary. You're strong, so.
All of you will want
Have a
to
great
house file 49.
Turn off the lights.
It's not okay.
We got more. Sure. No. It's not? So then, assign one.
Oh, you made it.
Yeah. So that's all, we'll pull it up. And
Didn't do this last year.
So what?
You did.
It's just, we just did that last year.
You have the.
Yeah, that's why I'm confused. I'm trying to put it on the calendar and I'm like, I don't know what's happening.
It's funny.
It's not funny. Nobody else is catching it. So I'm thinking like, am I seeing this accurate? Which makes sense. No, then.
Maybe.
Thanks, Beth.
So the thing, it's next Thursday?
What?
March 16th for the Farming City Lunch. Today's the 19th, I think, right? Like I'm feverish, but.
It's this coming Thursday.
It's
The
21st.
16th was
The 20th.
Saturday.
March.
It's just wrong on the
Thursday, the 20th.
flyer.
Okay. I thought I was like losing my mind.
And she
Well,
accidentally-
besides that.
I checked about 4 calendars to be sure.
That's what Love will do for you.
Do we gotta pay for this?
Yeah, $250. No, you're a guest, don't look at that. Yeah.
You got a little nervous there, didn't you?
I'm thinking, holy. I was gonna say that. Okay, Ryan, checkbook, I think. Just in case.
Okay, I would motion that we follow the direction given during the closed session for compensation and conditions for our administrator.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Walter, second by Commissioner Milbrath. Discussion. No discussion? We're offline. So does he need to know or not?
Until.
I don't think we are yet. We still have to adjourn.
Oh, all right. Well, we modeled that we're gonna follow that strategic plan. And there was no discussion, so all in favor of that motion? Aye?
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Now I would look for motion to adjourn. Motion by Commissioner Milbrath, second by Commissioner Krause. All those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. 12:04.
Wow.